All right, we are live. So welcome to the channel. Today we're going to be working on Warcry. So in my last stream, I mentioned that for Valentine's Day, my fiance slash producer slash mod uh, got me my first Warcry box set. So I've been really stoked to explore this game ever since it was first released. So being a little bit older, I just don't have the kind of time that I used to have when I first got into tabletop wargaming. And skirmish games are perfect. It kind of scratches that itch, but you can get in a game really quickly. Sometimes even multiple games in a gaming session whenever life affords me that opportunity. Also, because you're really only working with really small model count armies, I think most warbands are 8 to 10 models, and then there's a model cap of I think 15 in the rules. So it's actually really easy to get um, armies painted up and just done. So that project's not kind of lingering in the back of your head. So this is going to kick off a wave of Warcry content as I explore the starter box. We're going to build these warbands today. I'll do another stream where we're going to go ahead and build all of the terrain, and then some of the supplement boxes as well. So we'll be looking into Blood Hunt, which just released this weekend, and the previous box, I can't remember the name, but it was the Skinks versus, I think it was the Jade Obelisk warband. But for anyone who's wondering, I haven't given up on the other project that I was working on. We're still doing the Gallowdark scenery. The very last step from the last stream was oil washing everything. So we're still waiting on those oils to dry. So this is actually a nice little distraction while that's drying, and then maybe tomorrow, weather permitting, we might go ahead and get all that stuff varnished and start hitting up the final steps for that. But without further ado, let's go take a look at this instruction booklet. And there's not really a good way to sort of film this, so either it's going to look great for you guys and then I can't read it, or I can read it and then you guys can't. So, yeah, sorry, just deal. I need to be able to see the instructions so that I can build this stuff. So it looks like we're gonna start with the Rotmire Creed. And so for anyone who is interested in getting into Warcry, so Amazon actually has the second edition box set on sale for like, I forget, like 160 bucks or something right now. So now is actually a really great time to scoop it up, especially because Games Workshop is raising prices again at the beginning of March. So they're claiming it's a 6% average increase. Some creators that kind of have the inside track, maybe they work for hobby stores or own hobby stores of their own, they've already started leaking the new prices. And so that average of 6% isn't quite accurate. So pretty much all of the plastic kits are going up anywhere from like 7 to 15%, and where they find that 6% average is that things like modeling supplies and paints aren't being increased in price right now. So, you know, the starter boxes, the start collecting boxes, you know, work ride boxes, and so forth. All of that is going to get more expensive within a couple weeks' time. So if you were looking to get in, you know, that Heart of Ghur box set honestly includes everything that you need. You get 2 warbands, so you'll have 2 armies that you can swap between, or if, you know, it's you and a partner or you and a friend, you know, you both have a warband each to kind of get started. Comes with your game board. You get your scenery for all the missions that are in the box. You get your dice, and while I will say it's probably not enough dice for 2 people, it's definitely enough dice for 1 person. And the game just uses standard D6 dice anyway, so you know, getting cheap dice is not hard to do. I will say the game-specific custom dice are pretty pricey already. I want to say it's like $30 roughly for a pack. They are not cheap, but you know, some people, they really like the collector aspect of the hobby, so I'm not going to knock it if you want them. But there are cheaper alternatives out there. But the starter box, it's a great deal if you can, you know, get a hold of it, say through Amazon where it's on sale right now. Paying full retail for it, it is a complete game in a box. It does have, you know, the rule book, you know, your army lists for the 2 warbands come in this book. You get the minis, and I went through and calculated all the points for the different configurations that you can build through here. So these actually are 2 full warbands. I think the Horns of Ghur, was it? I think they come in at 1,000 points perfectly. And then the Rotmire Creed, depending on how you build them, I think you can get 1,000 on the nose, or you can be as much as like 15 points shy, which isn't too bad. So you literally get 2 full warbands, which for a lot of Games Workshop starter products, that's actually like my biggest criticism, is that you don't normally get a full army that you can actually use in the game. That's not the case with Warcry. What, you got your ruler in the box. I mean, like, literally it's a full game ready to go. All you need to do is get yourself some glue. As always, I recommend this Tamiya cement, plastic cement, for your plastic GW figs, just because it has the brush applicator, makes it way easier to use. You don't have to worry about your nozzle clogging from the Citadel. So, yeah, I've been rambling. Let's go ahead. Let's start building some minis. So we're gonna start with the Witherlord. And now, with these warbands, as we come to the models with choices, I will kind of stop and explain why I'm making the choices that I'm making. But in general, I am choosing models that give you more options, so more abilities, more triggers to do things with, rather than taking the options that give you higher critical hit damage. So that's really the main methodology I'm going for. Let's actually take a second and separate out these bases. So each warband will use 3 different base sizes. So it looks like typically your leaders are on 32 mil. Then your normal sort of run-of-the-mill fighters are on 28 mil, and then sort of your grunts are on 25s. So just kind of separate these out. I think these were 28s. Sure, 25s. Alright, there was that. Now let's start with this Witherlord. So it looks like there's only one way to build him. So let's see here, 64 and 65. I'm hoping that this should be a relatively easy project. You know, being that these guys are kind of nerdly, that means you can kind of get away with being a little messy with your paint job and use like oil and enamel washes to kind of bring out all the detail. So it's sort of a low effort paint job, but you could get some pretty nice results. So I'll probably paint these guys first. Let's see, that also need 65. What's that? Because of course they did not put them together. Was one minor criticism that I've seen of these newer Warcry warbands is that they're doing a lot more of the monopose computer generated, you know, modeling, and so when they make these sprues, they're not always laid out in the most helpful fashion for you to find things. So we'll see how bad that is. Right, and you know my mantra of test fit everything. So let's see, where does this go? Weirdly locks in like that, I think. So this guy's kind of cool. He's like on stilts. Because they're supposed to be, you know, at home in the marshlands. Let's see, 66. Where's that? $66. Where is it? There are only 2 sprues. Just got it. Yeah, like this dude's other leg was on the complete opposite sprue. Yeah, this is not gonna be the most intuitive layout. I will say these are super characterful sculpts though, like there's so much detail on here. And then little grenade deal to the left. Just fits in there like that. 67 for the head and torso. 67. Where are you? Ah, there we go. I will say I inspected the sprues straight out of the box since I was getting these from Amazon. And just, hot tip, if you're buying Warhammer on Amazon, something is wrong with your box, Games Workshop will not do anything for you. From a customer service perspective, you need to deal with Amazon, which honestly is typically not a problem. Amazon's customer service is pretty baller, so if something's wrong with your box, and you follow all the Amazon protocols of like notifying them within the proper time frame, they'll take care of you. But there, are issues sometimes with unscrupulous sellers who might, part out a box and then, try and sell it on Amazon as brand new when it's really, been used. So whenever you get something from Amazon, always double check that everything that's supposed to be in there is actually in there. Luckily, this purchase, everything was good. There was one weapon for the Hashut models that the hand had broken off, but it had snapped cleanly and it was still in the box. So it wasn't that big of a deal. I'll be able to do that. Man, I know a lot of people were unhappy with the design aesthetic of these Rotmire Creed models, but I really like them. They're not your traditional Nurgle cult, but at the same time, like, their fall from grace wasn't the usual, Nurgle cultist kind of thing. So it's kind of cool that they're playing with, new design influences and so forth. Let's see, now we got some stuff on his back, but we can go ahead and put him on a base. Just a nice little foundation to work with. And he's on a 32 now. I don't know how I'm going to base these guys just yet. So on the one hand, this whole area in Ghur where we are is, a forest. So I could kind of go with like woodlands, basing, have some leaves on the ground or whatnot. Lots of browns and earth tones. But there's a chance to do something kind of unique and special with these guys where you know, they're saturated in, you know, Nurgle energy, and, you know, they're all about swamps and marshes and everything. So it's not far-fetched that, you know, with the chaos energies that they're kind of toying around with, that, you know, maybe wherever they're stepping, you know, the ground's kind of like erupting and turning into, you know, like a polluted mire. So I might kind of do some swamp basing, play around with some water effects. I have to see how I'm feeling. I'm looking for 68 and 69. Let's see here. Here's 69. And 68. Where is that? Right here. This One Piece, I don't even know the heck this is. Oh, it's like a toad. Okay, so how does this slot in? Looks like it should be just like that on the shoulder. This is a very weird connection point for an arm. Never quite seen one like this. It looks like some sort of toxin injector. It kind of slots in like that. There we go. And what's next? We got 70 and 71. Here's 71. Let's see, where is 70? And they did not make this easy for you at all. Okay, here goes 71. No, sorry. already grabbed 71. Check. Where's 70? It's gotta be on here. Okay, here it is. Fake myself out. I'm so used to things not being close together on this that I just assumed it couldn't have been fairly close to where the other piece was. It was only a couple pieces away. Just close up. Yeah, there's so much texture on these. Contrast paint will definitely do a lot of work for you on these guys. Alright. How does all of this attach? Oh, kind of like that. Okay. And then the connection point for this arm. Is like that. Okay. I will say with this connection point, thank God this is plastic, and you know, we're using a solvent glue, so it'll be kind of welded together. If this was resin or metal, you would break this arm off so much, because that connection point is super tiny. But that is something I'll need to be careful with. Yeah, during play and whatnot. Alright, there's that guy. All finished. Come on, focus. Guess we'll just stick it up there for now. Alright, so now we're on to next guy. And this is going to be the bloated one. You can make one of these in the Warband, and there are two build options. So you can go with double Raker Claws, which I believe with that you got an extra attack, because he kind of has paired weapons. Or you can go with a single Raker Claw and a hooked net, which gives you an extra ability. So I think that's the way I'm going to go. But let's double check the unit profile. Bloated one with Brick Claw and a hook net. So my camera's not quite top down, it's on an angle, so that's going to make this a little bit difficult for you guys to read. But the bloated one with the double Raker Claws, you get 5 dice on the attack, 2/5 damage, strength 4. With the Raker Claw and a hook net, you only get 4 attacks, same damage, same strength, but you get a double ability. On the 3+, allocate a number of damage points to that fighter equal to the roll. And that fighter cannot make move actions or disengage actions for the rest of the round. And you can do this when you're within 1 inch of an enemy fighter. So yeah, so I mean on the 3+, you're doing 3 to 6 damage, and they can't move or disengage for a whole battle round. That definitely seems like a good trade-off for giving up an attack. So that's how we're going to build this guy. So let's start with 56 and 57. That's 56. Yeah, that ability just seems really good. Like, too good to pass up. Like, chances are you're gonna have a double available every round. Actually, you're guaranteed with a wild die. And just being able to pin somebody in place and then kind of have your squad gang up on them seems pretty powerful. We also need 58. Hey, this guy is kind of all pretty much together. I will say I see lots of little like sores and pustules and whatnot on this guy. So he seems to be a little bit more nerval than everybody else. 63. And 62. Where's that? 62. Where are you? don't know if it's like this for any of you guys, but like sometimes trying to find the numbers is just like just too much information for my brain to process at once, and then I will just look for the shape of the piece, and that tends to help. And then for the net, we need 59 and 61. 59. 61. Now 59. Where are you? You're right here. Alright, and so it's worth mentioning this little piece that I just clipped. So for both of the arm options, so either the additional Raker Claw or the net that I'm using, they both use that piece. And it's very, very thin. There's not really a way for you to magnetize that. However, it is really just like a cloth kind of covering. You could maybe, if you were really desperate, get magnets in that arm. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about it. If you wanted to run him different from how you had him built, you know, I'd just proxy it. Alright, so let's figure out how this goes together. So, seems to go on the inside of the arm. Oh, kind of back here, maybe. Yeah, that looks good. Man, whoever cut this piece, that was like some engineering genius for no reason. Get everything else cleaned up. Seems a little inappropriate to me that the closest analog that, you know, Age of Sigmar has to Wolverine is a Cultist of Nurgle. Yeah, I would have thought, yeah, somebody maybe Corn affiliated. But no, he's just a fat guy that lives in a swamp. So while I'm thinking about it, everyone should follow me on Instagram. That is where you'll be able to follow this project and all of my other projects. Yeah, I won't be able to make a video for everything, but I will do my best to make sure that I post progress pictures over on that Instagram account. So that's at JTS Wargaming. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you check me out on YouTube. I stream over there as well, and then I also do other hobby-related content that you won't be able to see on Twitch. Hey, what's up, Mikazuki? Nice. Yeah, just doing this while I'm waiting for oil paint to dry on my Galadark stuff. What Empire stuff are you working on? Oh, nice, nice. I had started putting together Cities of Sigmar army out of a lot of my old Warhammer Fantasy stuff. And you know, it was going to be lots of proxies like High Elf Sword Masters for, you know, great swords and stuff like that. But I ended up getting sidetracked and never got back to it. Maybe sometime this year. Especially with the new book coming out, kind of see what changes they end up making. Does head thing go? Yeah, it's been so long since I looked at that. I don't remember what city I was thinking. Yeah, there have been some really great 3D sculpts for stuff that could be used for cities. Who was it? Heroes Infinite, Raging Heroes. They've done a lot of really good stuff. Tons of people have done great, like, elf sculpts. Some pretty good dwarves I've seen. Cool. Yeah, Cities of Sigmar just felt a little weird as I was going through it. Like, you had some elven stuff in there, which way back in my long time ago time machine, I was working on high elves and dark elves. So that was a lot of what I had left over from Warhammer Fantasy. And so, like, you had some things that they could use, like the Phoenix Guard, but then, like, you couldn't use Sword Masters. Like, it was just kind of bizarre. Yeah, I remember reading through the background of the cities. A lot of them did seem kind of cool, how you'd have all these different factions that kind of sort of hated each other, but they also needed to work together. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've got the old book, but I kind of have a feeling that all of that's about to get invalidated when the new one comes out. Yeah, the old book felt very much, well, the current book felt very much like they were, like, hey, if you had leftover stuff from the good guys in Warhammer Fantasy, this is kind of how you can use most of it. But now it kind of feels like they're trying to make it its own distinct thing. Which, I mean, I'm all for proxies, so, like I said, I was about the proxy high elves as, like, Empire Greatswords, but we'll have to see what they do with the new one. Let's see, so now we've got carrion catchers with snatcher hooks, or carrion catchers with impalers. I think I wanted the snatcher hook. Let me double check the profile. I think the impaler just gives you better critical damage. Yeah, the impaler's damage 2-5, snatcher hook is 2-4, but then you get... I think you get an ability. Yeah, you get Ensnaring Strike. So you get a quad. So we're gonna go with the Snatcher Hook. $43, $44. For your cities of Sigmar, because if you were leaning heavily into one race over the other, like when you're doing mostly Empire, where you're gonna mix in like any dwarves or wood elves. Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely do sort of like the concept of the army. They feel the most sort of like combined arms out of all of the factions. Like you have some very elite specialized units that you can take, through the Stormcast allies. You kind of have your, cheap hordes that you can put out there. You have artillery, you have war machines. Um, they feel like they have like the best toolbox that you could build around. Let's see, 45. A lot of the other AOS armies feel like very, very one-dimensional to me. Where Cities of Sigmar, like, there's so many different ways you could build it. They can do almost anything. And we might as well clip up the other guys. Pretty much the same thing. So, 49. Nice. I don't know, that seems pretty solid. I was, proxying a lot of elves as humans, but I was mostly mixing humans and dwarves myself. Oh, nice. I'm gonna have to check those out. I don't think I've seen them before. And a lot of the fantasy sculpts that I've sort of collected over the years were either Artisan Guild, Titan Forge. Sadly, I don't have a Discord yet. My fiance has been hounding me to create one. I don't know if she set up the socials, but Instagram is at JTS Wargaming, and it's the same on YouTube as well. Those are really the only platforms that I'm using at the moment. A little new to this whole Twitch thing. Look at this guy. Oh, you don't have the front of your body. 55. No worries. I'll probably get on that within the next week or so. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not super big on Facebook. I do have a page created, but it gets neglected. Yeah, no, I hear that. Honestly, the only time I'm really ever doing anything on social media, it's, you know, related to this. Oh, cool. Yeah, as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna have to check them out. I'm always on the lookout for awesome fantasy sculpts. Yeah, I just like the idea of it. Hey there, Tari. Are you almost done getting your hair done? Probably not. So now the real question, Tari, is: are you going to go brave the drive-through at In-N-Out on your way home? I'm on board with Five Guys. I wasn't born in California. I'm also on board with Vietnamese crab. I'm actually kind of surprised you didn't say you wanted to put Five Guys in your Vietnamese crab boil. Yeah, Mikazuki, I agree. I'm pretty much the same way. And honestly, what's not cool about medieval rocket batteries that you can't really aim? Alright, so now we're up on the Mirefolk Outcast. And you get 6 of these guys. You have an option of dual weapons or a weapon and a shield. I think I'm gonna go with the shields. Yeah, see, I don't know. I'm an old head, so I was a huge fan of the old Wood Elf range, and it just really bothers me that Sylvaneth can't really use Wood Elves, although you get around that in Cities of Sigmar. So that's sort of the one place, I guess it all kind of makes sense. But uh, the fact that there's like no wood elves in the Sylvaneth book is just like a huge oversight to me. Damn, you're leaving me for Real Housewives though? Alright, I'll see you when you get home, Tari. Oh, mercifully, they put this guy's parts fairly close together. Eight. 11, 12, 13. And 13 was 12. Oh, interesting. Okay. But at least they addressed it. I guess I feel a little bit better about it. Oh, no worry, man. No worries. It's all good. See, 30, 31. Where is it? So I haven't started painting that one just quite yet. Probably once I'm done with that Gallowdark scenery, I might knock that out one weekend. Yeah, the tanks using the airbrush and enamel paints are usually pretty quick to knock out. I normally don't do like complex like camo color schemes or anything like that. Like I'll do a color modulation through usually like an olive drab usually with like 3 or 4 different shades, and some like streaking grime around the rivets and whatnot. Call it good. Rust out the tracks and whatnot. I don't really have a good way of filming my airbrush setup, so I'll probably lay down all that color modulation for the base coats and then just film like the detailing, doing a lot of the enamel work. Alright, 2 down, 4 to go. 25 and 26. Then 27 and 29. 36, 37, 38. And 41 and 42. Alright. How does this work? The hell? Ah. Ugh, that was almost a gotcha moment. I used to do a lot more video gaming back in the day, but mostly nowadays, Taritai, who had popped in the chat, and I will play Final Fantasy XI still. Let's see, what do we got? 16 and 17. Oh, cool, cool. After I do this Mecha guy, I'm kind of tempted to pull up a browser and take a look at some of those models you were talking about. Curiosity is getting the better of me. skipped once. There is 20. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just about to ask you what it was again, because my memory is terrible in my old age. Awesome, appreciate it, man. Alright, let's clear some of this out of the way. We're gonna detour to some 3D models. Alright, let's see. I'll play around with OBS and do a screen capture, so things are gonna get a little wonky for a second. Let's do a display capture and source. So we're looking for sundered miniatures. Is it this Sundered Studios, I'm assuming? Oh, no worries, man. Alright, cool. Highland Ministries. Empires of the Sun. Highland. Oh, these are quite good. You were right. That cannon looks awesome. It's some pretty damn good detailing, like even in the wood. All this sort of embellishment on the cannon. So open up a bunch of these. Oh, that's a cool little diorama. Oh, these are nice. Yeah, I definitely like these over the GW handgunners. Yeah, these greatswords look really awesome. And even though these look amazing, I probably wouldn't get them just because I have the High Elf Sword Masters, but these definitely look awesome. Oh god, I love the ammo hopper for the volley gun. That's crazy. Wonder if Highland has their own page or they're just direct on Mini Factory or something. Interesting. It looks like they have some Russian themes. Wow, they have a pretty extensive catalog. I don't know how I missed these guys. Really like these undead. These are some pretty solid sculpts. Yeah, I know, those look pretty sweet, dude. That army is gonna look great if that's what you're using. Yeah, the stuff that right now it's Plague City, you're back. So it's the sort of, Raging Heroes, like, hyper stylized. But I really did like these militia that they did. Then they had another set. Where is it? I think this one was all their Bretonian stuff. I could have swore they had another sort of Cities of Sigmar. I tripping. He did like a steam tank and everything. Maybe it was the Arthurian set. No. Was it this one? No, this was their Stormcast stuff. I don't know, maybe it was somebody else. Maybe I'm misremembering. Somebody did the Cities of Sigmar release. The Titan Probe I was thinking of. None of these are ringing a bell. Ah, that's gonna bug me. Somebody had a really good steam tank, though. I could have swore it was Raging Heroes. But... oh well. Let's undo the screen sharing. There we go. We've got one more play cultist, and then we're done with this warband. Four, five, seven. It's actually an idea for a stream. I might, you know, pick an army and, you know, find some pretty cool proxy 3D print sculpts and just kind of run through all the options that are available. Well, not all of the options. There's hundreds of 3D artists out there pumping out material constantly, but yeah, at least give people some ideas. Although I'm a little iffy on, I guess I'm less hesitant to do fantasy stuff. It's probably a little bit harder for, you know, James Workshop to come down on creators for, you know, fantasy proxies. But the sci-fi stuff, I kind of don't want to get people in trouble. Yeah, the steam tank that I'm thinking of in my head, it wasn't that big of a deviation from the normal one. It was just way cheaper because it was a 3D model. I swore it was Heroes Infinite. Actually, hell, that's gonna bother me. I'm looking it up. Yeah, like with the fantasy stuff, you know, you're totally fine. A lot of it's, you know, either stuff that nobody has trademarked or, you know, it's based off of historical stuff, so, you know, fair use. Okay, so Titan Forge does have one. It was from their May 2022 release. Heroes Infinite Game Tag. Not really getting any hits on Raging Heroes having one though, so maybe I just made that up. But Titan Forge definitely did have one. Yeah, that's the shield. Alright, that is one warband done, and one to go. So right away we've got a choice with the warband leader. Can either take a Bident or a heavy flail. So let's see what options that gives us. So the Warbident is one less attack, but better crit. Heavy Flail is an extra attack, but slightly worse crit. Otherwise, they're identical. I think I'm gonna go with throwing more dice, so we're gonna go with the Heavy Flail. Oh, wait. Double check something. Okay, they've got the same rune marks, so no, not locking myself out of any abilities. I do believe so, yes. I mean, I think they're like our official color schemes for the cities, but I do, however, I think it's in storage. Let me take a look at my bookshelf. I'll be right back. One sec. And I'm back. And sorry, that that book is actually still in a box somewhere. The only AOS books that I have unpacked are Stormcast and Oracle Warclans. No, it's not up there either. And 51. Yeah, I took a lot more of my like 40k books out when I moved. But a lot of the AOS stuff is still in boxes in our storage room. Good old California housing. We ended up losing a few hundred square feet. Just going from the Midwest to California, like everything is so much more expensive here. So we actually have a slightly smaller apartment for way more money. 2. So I didn't unpack a lot of my hobby stuff. I tried to strategically kind of think about, okay, what am I likely to use in the next few months? And unpacked all of that. Come on, Games Workshop. Why is this dude's head in 3 pieces? This is like Malifaux levels of fiddliness. And we need 59 and 60. Although I do kind of like the grenade hand. And 60. Yeah, I think every city did have sort of like a, GW official color scheme, but like you figure every city is honestly like massive, and they probably have different regiments, and it's probably likely that every regiment is going to have their own sort of heraldry and color scheme and whatnot, so I wouldn't worry about it too much, but I think they do all have official sort of color palettes. You know who on YouTube probably went page by page through the book, and you'd be able to see it? Gorilla Miniature Games, Ash Barker. He will normally do like a page by page. It'll go real fast, like through the art sections, but he's probably got it on camera at some point in the video. Gorilla Miniature Games. Here, I'll put it in chat. Oh, seriously? Sorry, OBS is like making me re-log in, even though I'm connected. Oh, screw you, OBS. I'm just gonna do it through Twitch. There we go. Yeah, that's normally the channel I'll watch anytime there's a new book release. He's one of the people who, you know, gets all the releases ahead of time. And he does a really good job of going through everything. Oh, I just accidentally cut his finger off, but seeing as how they work in forges and such, you probably would have lost a finger anyway. Alright, so let's try and put this head together. So not much posability, actually any posability in the head. Normally with the monopose models, a lot of times you can at least, sort of change the neck orientation. But this guy is legit just one pose. Jesus, focus. There we go. Sort of. Yeah, I don't dig the helmet. It's very weird. Alright, so got a Ruinator. It looks like he's got two weapon options that you can build him with. But I don't know that they... Yeah, they don't get a different profile. I guess we'll give him the Bident and a flail. That looks pretty cool. So 62 and 63. He's also got a three-piece head. $67. Here it is. And then we need 70 and 72. Oh, good deal. I will say the Malifaux heads. It's annoying when a head comes in like 5 pieces, but at least they look good. Like these guys, I'm not a fan of these like bull helmets. It would be one thing like if you had a bull helmet, but these guys are like putting the bull head on top of their helmet, so it almost looks like they have 2 helmets, which is just ridiculous. All right. Is also on a 32 mil. Deal with this head situation. I missed a piece. Need 69 for his back. I am very pro proxying. As far as cities of Sigmar go, it kind of seemed like you already had your infantry, all figured out. That same company had some pretty good war machines. I don't think you could go wrong there. You did say you were dabbling in dwarves. Check out Artisan Guild. They have dwarves in quite a few different styles. Um, so you might be able to find some cool stuff there. Alright, so now we've got demolishers with crushing weapons. Looks like there's 3 of those guys. They don't appear to have alternate builds. You only get one guy with a shield? Seriously? Yeah, you only get one guy with a shield. Yeah, it's kind of a shame. I mean, for somebody with a 3D printer, you could probably get around that and just print off some bits that were hands with shields, and you'd be fine. But if you weren't into 3D printing, like God, you'd have to buy like 4 of these kits if you wanted to have options of fielding majority shields with your demolishers. Yikes. feel like that was an oversight. Which is like so crazy because the other warband, the first one we did, the Rotmire guys, like all of their grunts could take shields or not have them. I'm a little gutted about that because I like shields. Like in Warcry, it seems like if you have a shield, you get a point of toughness, which makes you harder to hit. So, uh, it actually has a pretty big impact on the game. Ew, well. So let's see, 25, 26, 27. Where is it? 26, 27, where's 25? Well, I'll get these out of here first. Did the music stop? Did I never turn it on? Six. Where is that? That. These idiots have 3-piece heads too. Yeah, I think Cities of Sigmar for me is. I'm probably gonna wait and see how the new book looks. For AOS, this edition I've been doing mostly Auric War Clans. A lot of the Cruel Boy stuff out of the Dominion box, and then I 3D printed a lot of Iron Jaws proxies. So a bunch of brutes. Oh, it's not that bad to get into, man. Actually, that channel I gave you, Gorilla Miniature Games, they have some pretty good learn how to play videos and everything. And once you got the basics down, they do a pretty good job of, like, in their battle reports, they will like tell you what they're doing and why they're doing it. So it's really good to learn from their videos. The other kind of cool thing with Cities of Sigmar is you can kind of use the army in a lot of different games. Like that would carry over to, you know, Saga, Oathmark, one-page rules. You got lots of options. Let's see. So Gorilla Miniature Games does a lot of AOS. The one thing I will say is, so Ash, the host, will use a handful of different armies, but his main opponent only plays Gloomspite kits. So a lot of his games are, you know, playing against Gloomspite. Um, but he has a ton of content. He'll have guests come on with different armies from time to time. I'm trying to think. Mini Wargaming does a lot of AOS content. And then their one presenter, I can't remember his name, like bigger guy, scruffy beard. He has his own channel, Mouth Wargaming, where he does a lot of AOS stuff too. God, who's the other? Tabletop Titans. Now they're primarily 40k, but they do a fair share of AOS content as well. Yeah, same here. Like, the books are all well and good, but it normally doesn't all come together for me until I've seen some games. Yeah, Winters is good. I watched a lot of his stuff. I'm trying to think. I know I've seen more people do AOS bat reps. I'll say probably my favorite AOS bat reps are the Tabletop Titans. They do a pretty quality stream, very high production value. Oh, cool, cool. So the closest thing that we've got to the old Mordheim is Warcry right now. Which honestly, it's Mordheim for Age of Sigmar instead of the old world. Oh yeah, I feel you on that. The their games, they don't waste a lot of time, but like, because it's live, there's no editing. You know what I mean? So it's like they're not cutting out the, oh wait, I have to look up a rule or stuff like that. If you prefer the shorter, just here's the meat and potatoes, Guerrilla Miniature Games, they do some pretty good bat reps. That might be, more your style. I don't have anything in arm's reach, but I will grab something as soon as I am done with this guy. Yep. What is it? Horns of Ghur. It's supposed to be the vanguard of the Chaos Dwarves, the human servants that they have. Which honestly, the minis look super cool. I just hate the helmets. Just looks like a helmet on a helmet. Yeah, if you were doing, I forget what city is supposed to be in Ghur in the Plane of Beast. They would make pretty cool, sort of basic infantry dudes. Let's see, B8, B9, B10. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to putting that together. Especially that watchtower that has like the giant Saurus skull. Whoa. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that did look pretty cool too. There is 10. There's always a reason. Even if you don't know what that reason is yet, it's there. Oh god, I love that. Well, that's probably going to change because once they bring out the new book, they're doing a range refresh, so there's going to be a whole slew of new models. A 95% of Warhammer is what looks cool. I agree. I agree. Oh, that's the doorbell. 1 second. And we're back. And I have water. Thank you. Yeah, I agree, man. There's no sense in buying models that you hate the way it looks. Like, you're not going to want to paint it. That being said, I am so sick of building these 3-piece heads. I want them to go away. 14. Oh, no worries, man. 16 and 15. Yeah, I actually started this whole streaming and YouTube thing to work, like, force me to work through my backlog. My pile of shame is slightly larger than a pile at this point, so... Oh, same here, dude. So, we're in a 2-bedroom apartment right now. 1 bedroom is essentially, like, you know, a hobby room where I've got my painting table and all of that. But like I said, we downsized, so I have like a storage room of, you know, armies and whatnot that I've collected over the past like 20 years that are in boxes right now. I think that's all of his pieces. Yeah, I have eBayed some stuff in the past. And there is some stuff that I may, you know, unload, but at some point I would like to, you know, be able to do battle reports and whatnot. So having variety kind of works in my favor. Oh yeah, eBay is dangerous when you're in this hobby. It was funnier when you were buying spare butts. Yeah, I used to do more conversions when I was younger and had more time. And eBay was a godsend for all of that. Honestly, I'd say for the official GW models, I'd probably hold off. Like a lot of the new stuff that they've teased is like infinitely better than what's already out there. Hmm. Yeah, the rocket battery isn't a bad kit. I like the look of the original one. Yeah, no, the old Empire figures, I mean, compared to some of the newer stuff that's out there, they're not the greatest. But for a long time, they held up. And even now, they don't look terrible. Uh, I definitely would not mind fielding an army of the Empire stuff that's currently out there. Yeah, the great swords are pretty solid. Oh crap! I clean that piece. Yeah, they just hit really hard. You'd really be handicapping yourself not taking them. B1, B2. Yeah, no, they're definitely one of the better Empire units for sure. So that was the one that broke on me in shipping. I will rebuild it if I have to, but is there any alternative? Looks like I have an extra left-hand weapon, but not a right-hand one. Thankfully, this was a clean break. will be pretty easy to repair. I will say this experience putting this warband together makes me really happy that I did not jump in on the Lumineth. Because like I said, I used to play the old High Elves, so when Lumineth first came out, I was really, really interested, just because they were essentially the new High Elves. But if I had to make bull helmets for an entire army, like, yeah, I never would have finished that project. Thinking for the trees, you could probably get away with a lot of dry brushing. Like maybe paint on the base color, do 2 layers of dry brushing, and then like glaze over it to kind of blend everything together. Then you really only have to pick out the details like the leaves and whatnot. Yeah, if you're running the Empire troops, like, your great swords are kind of going to be your linchpin. Yeah, like the sort of bread and butter combo is like your chafe. I forget what they call the units, but your super cheap infantry that nobody cares about. Like use them to sort of clog charge lanes, and then use your great swords to kind of combo charge with them. Yeah, your chaff, and let the great swords just clean up. Like if you can get your charge with the great swords, uh, they'll pretty much annihilate most things that you run them at. Their biggest weakness is that they have like no defense. So less about Overwatch because there aren't really that many units in Age of Sigmar where like they have super dangerous Overwatch. It's more so to just guarantee that you get the charge. So if your enemy wants to charge something, they have to charge one of your chafe units that you don't care about, and then your great swords are pretty much guaranteed to get the charge whenever you want it. I forget the name of the unit. Let me take a look real fast. Let's go back to browser. Order cities. These guys. Your free guild guard. You could do flagellants. Those would probably work for you. If you're mixing in other races, where are they? These guys aren't meant to be chaff. They're more of what people would like refer to as like a anvil unit, but they're really good and durable. Really good at holding people up. Let's see, did I skip over anybody? Yeah, no. Your free guild guard, and maybe your flagellants. I think the free guild guard have a slight advantage in that they have a longer reach. So even though you're not really counting on them to do a ton of damage, typically more of them will get attacked because I'm pretty sure their weapons are 2-inch reach instead of just the standard 1-inch. I don't know for certain. They don't post the more scrolls anymore. Let's go to Wikipedia. Action cities. More scrolls. Flagellants. Where are you? Here we go. So 6-inch move, 1-inch range, 5 up the hit, 4 up the wound. They get +1 to hit and wound on the charge. Oh, so this is kind of interesting. So anytime a model from this unit flees, so essentially they lose combat. On a 4-up, the person who made you lose that model will most likely lose a model themselves, or at least take a wound. So that's kind of interesting. You kind of want them to die, and when they do what you want them to do, you still have a chance of hurting your enemy. Oh, and then whenever any of them die in a turn, the rest of them all get +1 attack. Oh, and then it's +2 attack if 5 or more have died. And it's 80 points for 10. You know, I don't hate these guys as a chaff unit. You know, they have no save, so you know they're gonna die. But as they die, they still actually have a chance to hurt your opponent. Yeah, that's not bad. And 80 points, that's not too bad for 10 models. Let's look at the Free Guild Guard comparison. So yeah, if you take them with spears, they have that 2-inch range. So typically more of your guys will be able to get attacks than your opponent. They do at least have a 5-up save, so sometimes that'll matter. If your enemy charged you, you get +1 to wound. You could sacrifice the spear and take sword and shields, and then that'll up you to a 4+ save. And if you reinforce them, you can end up getting +1 to hit. So yeah, I think I like the Free Guild Guard a little bit better, just because they actually have a save, and a way to buff that save. But the Flagellants aren't necessarily a bad choice, and they're both the same points cost. Maybe the one extra thing that Free Guild Guard has going for it is that it's battle line, and the Flagellants work. Oh, no, I take that back. If you have a human general, they become battle line. So yeah, kind of a pick your poison kind of thing. Now looking at the... Where'd they go? Where are the great swords? Here they go. Yeah, these guys, 4-up save standard. Yeah, 2 attacks base, 3 up to hit, 3 up to wound. If you roll a 6 on the hit roll, you get a mortal wound on the enemy. If you have any heroes near them, you get +1 to hit, so you're hitting on a 2+. Like, these guys are just stupid good. Then where's that? Dwarf unit. I think it was the Iron Breakers. Nope. Wait. Is it? No, it's not the Iron Breakers. It's the Longbeards. Yeah, here we go. So these guys are 20 points more than your free guild guard. And then if you take them with shields, they have a 3-up save. They're super slow though. And then they're also slightly more accurate with the 3-up to hit. Let's see. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's go back to model building. Oh, sorry, I missed your last message. What? I don't know if that was a typo. The what has are there? Oh. No, that's cool, man. We can take a look. I still have it up. So for leaders, so you have the behemoth leaders. So you can take an elf on one of two types of phoenix. You've got a mage on a griffin. You've got a mage on a weird, like, vehicle thing doing some, like, astromancy. You've got a dark elf on a black dragon. You've got a human on a griffin. I believe this guy was like a high elf battle mage. You've got a dark elf on a black dragon, dark elf sorceress, and you can take a steam tank commander. Then the anointed, I think, hey there, Tari, yes you are, entirely your discretion. Thanks, love you. So the anointed, I believe, was a HQ Phoenix Guard elf. The assassins were dark elves. Then there's battle mage. The Fleet Master is a Dark Elf, like, pirate. The Cogsmith is cool if you're bringing a lot of, like, vehicles or artillery. He's a dwarf that I believe kind of fixes their machines and stuff. What was it? Yeah, plus when they hit rolls for missile weapons. Master Engineer, here we go. He can heal your war machines. Then the Warden King. I don't actually know what that one is. Oh, he's a dwarf. So if you're mainly running Empire humans and with a smattering of dwarfs, especially if you were doing the artillery pieces, like the missile batteries and everything, the Cogsmith will be good for that because he can keep your artillery up and running longer. And then if you were looking for something that was a little bit more offensive and less support, I mean, you've got a lot of options. I mean, the General on Griffin is kind of a beast. So you're looking at a 4-up save with 13 wounds. Your movement. Let's see, the Rune Lord. Let's take a look at that. Rune Staff, Forge Hammer. No, can give them a ward save. Oh, being able to improve rend is actually really, really valuable. Sorry, why are you out here trolling? Wherever you go to get you dinner, I will take something off of that menu. So if you're going to get yourself Jamba Juice, then I would take a Jamba Juice. If you're going to get like a ribeye steak and you bring me a smoothie, I'm going to be upset. Let's see, so the Free Guild General on foot, I don't believe they're terrible. So they'll buff your bravery. So for 3 units... Okay, so... I mean, you can use 1 command ability and get 3 of your units plus 1 they hit and wound if they don't move in the same turn. So once you're locked in combat, he can, you know, super buff your humans, which is actually pretty good. Him in combination with the Free Guild Guard actually makes the Free Guild Guard like a crazy good shape unit. Because, you know, that second turn that they're in combat, you know, now they're hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s with 4-up save if you gave them shields. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's not a bad combo. If you are running the dwarfs and you ran the Rune Lord to buff your rend, that's definitely worth it. And if you were running this Free Guild General and you had, you know, a bunch of Free Guild Guard, Yeah, that's not a bad choice. I think the general does a little bit less for the great swords, just because the great swords are already really, really good. Um, but if you happen to be fighting a army that has the ability to, toss out like negative hit modifiers, uh, the free guild general can end up helping them out still. So yeah, no, those aren't bad choices at all. Yeah, yeah. That bonus rend on Iron Drakes is it's pretty nasty. You figure most units in the game, the best save that you can get is 4 up. So I mean, if you're taking a unit that somebody was expecting to, kind of hold the line, and you're like, now you have, a 6 up save instead of a 4 up save. Yeah, that can be pretty devastating. Let's get back to building models. Alright, now this next guy, he's still got a stupid helmet, but he's also got a flamethrower. So I'm slightly less upset about his headgear. Let's see, 74, 75, 76. Yeah, if I recall, it's been a couple years now at this point, but I had printed out a custom Rune Lord, and it was sort of like a dwarven monk from Artisan Guild that had these sort of like stone boxing gloves with like runes carved into them. It's a pretty awesome model. I'll have to dig that out and take a picture of it. Put it up on the socials. Boop, boop, 77. That's probably that celestial hurricanum thing. It's like a battle mage on a wagon with a bunch of like astrology stuff. Yeah, I mean, typically in Age of Sigmar, if you have access to magic, it's probably worth, taking at least one mage in your army just so that, you're not missing out on an entire phase of the game. you'll really feel it, like if your opponent brought a mage but you didn't. Yeah, I'm not sure about that trait. If anything did have it, I could see that Hurricane probably being the thing that had that ability. And another 3-piece head. 79. Well, the good news is I think this is the last idiot in this warband with the stupid helmet. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, some of those endless spells are pretty good though. So that's still kind of worth it. That's actually one Age of Sigmar thing that I wish they brought over to 40k. Because I mean, we have, you know, psychers. Like, why not have powerful, you know, psychic spells the same way AOS has the endless spell mechanic? Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, for sure. No worries, man. Thanks for tuning in, man. It was good talking to you. Have a good night. Oh, man. Let's see. How does this go together? out of everything I've built thus far, this is probably the most fiddly. What base do I need? This guy's on 32. And it's kind of a shame that there's only one of the flamethrowers in the kit. I know that they, are kind of giving you a quote-unquote balanced 1,000-point warband, but I'm a little bit of a pyromaniac. I would have liked been able to run more than one flamethrower. Alright, let's fight with the camera, get focused. Close the look. Alright, what do we got next? Alright, just looks like 3 of the grunts, the shatterers. Mercifully, they don't have the stupid bull helmets. And they are all on 25s. So 34 and 35. Where is 35? Oh, there it is. And 37 and 90. Not seeing it. Oh, there it is. And 36 or 85 for your head. $36. Found you first, that's what we're using. Alright. Next jabroni. 39 and 40. Yeah, these grunts are mercifully simple. Very few parts. And 88. Where is that? Then 41 or 86 for the head. 86, only first. And last grunt. 44, 45. 46. Then 47 or 87 for the head. Then we've got 48 and 49. And there's one more idiot with full health. I forgot about the shield dude. So 17, 18. And 24, 23. And the three-piece set for no reason. 20, 21, 22. get all these cleaned up. Might be kind of early to celebrate, but I have not dropped any pieces on the floor. Alright. Home stretch. can focus. Alright, I believe that is all of my cultists. Because next up in the book, they start on the terrain, which we are not doing today. I will probably do that next weekend. I'll save that for either Saturday or Sunday. I know I owe you guys a streaming schedule. I need to sit down with Taritai and hammer that out, finalize that, then I'll go ahead and post it. If you tuned in, thank you very much for watching. We're going to go ahead and kill the stream here. Before I go, though, if you are not following me on Twitch, YouTube, or Instagram, you can do so at GTS Wargaming on all three platforms. Honestly, the biggest thing you can do to help the channel grow if you support the content is follow me. Click those notification bells so that you know when I'm live, and you know, just keep supporting the channel. Like I said, next weekend we'll probably keep going with Warcry, do the terrain from the set. Also scattered throughout the week, I'm still going to be working on the Galagark stuff, getting really close to wrapping up that terrain project. Pretty happy with that and the way everything's turning out so far. If you missed the previous streams where I was working on that, check out my YouTube channel. I have some clips of some of that, so you don't have to sit through the the whole stream. Although if you want to, by all means, those are over there on the YouTube channel as well. Until next time, I think that's everything I wanted to say. Keep slaying that gray, and I